No, we are stopping the recording. That is what I'm saying. Because it's already recorded.
Now it has started.
Now it has started.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It
has started now.
Now we have stopped recording.
No, it has started now because it even gave us a notification.
No.
So we can continue,
Okay.
Prof.
No. Start recording. Is it recording now?
Yeah, it's recording now.
Okay, cool. All right. Are you guys seeing the PowerPoint?
Yes, bro.
Okay, cool. So that is where we are now. We have spoken about diversity, and of course, we have Christian and non-Christian. We have spoken about other religions. We have different race. Race is also another issue. We have white, black, colored, Indians, Chinese, and all the rest as race. So we have also people from different ethnic grouping. For instance, Namibia have also different ethnic groupings. So all those things bring diversity to the equation. All right. So developing OB model. A model is an abstraction of reality, a simplified representation of some real-world phenomena. Our OB model has 3 levels of analysis. Each level is constructed on the prior level. The first level there is individual. We come to the organization as individuals. And of course, within the organization, individuals now begin to form group. So individuals become members of a group. And of course, with regards to the group functions within a bigger organization. And within a bigger organization, we have both formal group and of course, informal grouping, you see. And of course, like informal group emerge spontaneously without anybody actually formally constituting it, So we will come across more of that discussion when we start our group discussion, which is one of the topics in your course or your model. Can you see? So individual, group, and of course organization as a whole, the broader system of an organization. So type of study variables, we have, of course, independent variable. Independent variable, the presumed cause of the change in the dependent variable. This is the variable that OB researchers manipulate to observe the changes in Y. Y is the dependent variable. This is the response to S, the independent variable. It is what OB researchers want to predict or explain, which is, of course, an interesting variable. Y leads to predictive ability. If we're able to know the independent variable and, of course, understand how it is also affecting the dependent variable, then we'll be able to predict ability. So interesting OB variables include interesting OB dependent variable, the dependent variable which depends on the independent variable, which is, of course, the individual, the group, and, of course, the organization, would certainly be your productivity, transforming input to output at lower cost, include the concept of effectiveness, achievement of goals, and of course, efficiency, meeting goals at low cost. And of course, another aspect of dependent variable will be absenteeism. You see, the way we manage people, group, and of course, the way we manage teams in organization will inform whether people will come to work or people will boycott work and give all kinds of flimsy excuses like sickness and the rest. To avoid work, failure to report to work, which is a huge cost to an employer. And of course, the way we manage our organization in terms of individuals the group within an organization. An organization is, will of course inform whether people will continue to stay in our organization or take a kind of voluntary or involuntary permanent withdrawal or extinction or attrition from our organization. And of course, depending on how we manage things within an organization, in terms of how we manage people as individual or people functioning within a group or in the organization, is we inform issues around whether there will be more defiant workplace behavior in our organization. Workplace defiant behavior include voluntary behavior that violate significant organizational norms and thereby threaten the well-being of the organization or any of its members. Defiant behavior will include stealing from the organization. This defiant behavior may include sabotage in an organization. This defiant behavior could be deliberate wastage of organizational resources. Defiant behavior can include bullying and harassing of other colleagues in the organization. Defiant behavior can include sexual harassment in an organization and so many other defiant behaviors. Depending on how we manage people, people may respond defiantly to our organization. And of course, more interesting OB-dependent variable include organizational citizenship behavior. The one we manage individuals within an organization or manage people within a group in our organization. And management of organization is we certainly inform whether people will be committed to the organization, which is what the whole purpose of organizational citizenship behavior is all about, which is, of course, a discretionary behavior that is not part of employees' formal job requirement, can you see, but that nevertheless promote the effective functioning of the organization. That is going beyond the call of duty, can you see. That is organizational citizenship behavior. Adding extra values to the organization, even when you have not been called to do that. Can you see? Realizing that, yes, taking ownership of that organization. That is citizenship behavior. Can you see? Working in the best interest of your organization. Can you see? So that
Professor, Professor, with that example of discretionary behavior, would it be like working overtime?
Of course, yeah, of course, working overtime, in the interest of even when you were not forced to do that. Can you see?
Oh.
Yeah, it begins to create conflict if you have been forced to do that. Can you see? When we now reflect back to the conflict or work-life balance that we were discussing yesterday, I know you added a lot of value to that discourse yesterday. Can you see? So definitely going beyond the call of duty, which is organizational citizenship behavior, showing that, yes, I'm a citizen of this organization. I can even do more. You're protecting the interest of the organization. Can you see? Protecting the interest of the organization, taking ownership, taking responsibility of some of the misconduct of the organization itself. Not misconduct that actually puts you in problem, but a honest mistake by the organization. Taking responsibility and even apologizing on behalf of the organization to external stakeholders. Can you see? So those are what we call organizational citizenship behavior. There are individuals when your organization commits something, you say, I don't mind them. It's the management problem. Can you see? That is because you did not have you did not develop trust for management. You have no trust for your management. That is why it's the management problem. I'm just an employee here. Can you see? But if the manager or the management is managing you properly and they're taking good care of you, and they are actually there's a trust relationship between the leadership of the organization and, of course, the members of the organization. Definitely, members of the organization will defend the organization. And, of course, be ready to take responsibility and apologize on behalf of the organization. You see? And of course, the way we manage people as individual group within an organization will also inform whether people are satisfied with regards to the job they do in an organization. Job satisfaction is a dependent variable of these three particular variables: individual, group, and the organization itself. So a general attitude, not a behavior towards one's job. A positive feeling of one's job resulting from an evaluation of its characteristics. That is job satisfaction. All right. So the dependent variables, like I had mentioned, include the dependent variable can be at any of these three levels in this model: individual, biographical characteristics, personality, emotion, values, attitude, ability, perception, motivation, individual learning, and of course, individual decision making. It can inform whether an employee would like to continue in a particular environment. Will inform whether employee will, of course, not exhibit certain defiant behavior within an organization. Okay? So depending on how their personality type or emotion or value system is in harmony or in symbiotic relationship with, of course, what management is doing within that particular organization. And of course, group also communication. You see, as an independent variable, communication, group decision making, leadership and trust, group structure, conflict, power and politics, and work team. You see, all this will also inform most of the dependent variables that we have already discussed earlier on. And of course, organization system, which include the culture within an organization, human resources policy of an organization and practices, and of course, organization structures and design. This will also inform most of those dependent variables that we have all already discussed or cataloged. All right. So this is just the OB model. The dependent variable is up there, which include, of course, most of the things you have enumerated: productivity, absenteeism, turnover, and all the rest, defiant behavior, and all the rest. And of course, the independent variable, which has three levels: individual, group, and the organization itself. All right. Great. Finally, in terms of your introduction to OB and the general preamble of OB, managers need to develop their interpersonal skill to be effective. Interpersonal skill, you must have personal relationship with your subordinates. Yes, technical knowledge is very, very important and very, very imperative, but still, if you don't have personal skill, how to deal with people, then definitely all those your technical skill becomes redundant. So organizational behavior focuses on how to improve factors that make organization more effective. The best prediction of behavior are made from a combination of systematic study and intuition. Can you see? A combination. The best prediction of behavior are made from a combination of systematic study and intuition. So situational variables moderate cause and effect. There are situations that moderate cause and effect relationship, which is why OB theories are contingent. Most of the theories are contingent. You must know, you should know when to apply them. You see, they are not casted in stone. Can you see? They are contingent, and you must be sensitive to know when to apply some of the knowledge that you acquired there. That is why sometimes intuition is also very important, and of course, certain scientific knowledge or using science to predict is also very, very important. There are many OB challenges and opportunities for managers today. Keep those challenges and opportunity at heart, I will have also touched on each one of them, most of those challenges and opportunities, particularly within the era of globalization, and of course, the fourth industrial revolution, and of course, the post-COVID era. So the textbook is based on the contingent OB model. So that is that. Colleagues, with that, we'll come to our end in terms of the introduction to OB. All right. Any questions?
No, Prof. I'm good.
You are good.
Yes.
Very good. Okay, Eric, are you good?
I'm good, Prof. Of course, I will revise this introduction again when you send us the slides.
Certainly, no, I will certainly send the slide. Like I promise you, I will send you 2 slides.
Yes.
The recent slide of the introduction, and of course, like I told you, I really love the old wine which I have because it has a lot of diagram and pictures, that can actually depict some of the things. But the recent one seems to be just writing. Sometimes it's also good for students to reflect on picture, and they will begin to, imagination. Can you see?
Yes.
So So that is why sometimes I retain the old one. But they all have the same content. Only that, of course, the content may be in different position. The structure may be in different position. But I will send both of them to you. It's my promise. And I will send us a lot of articles, like I mentioned, on globalization that was authored by me and some of my team, so that it gives you, so that it gives you a wider perspective of what I'm discussing.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Prof.
I want a confirmation from any of the female colleagues so that it doesn't look as if with agenda bias. Can I hear from the female colleague that they are happy with the progress so far?
Yes, we are happy, Prof.
Fantastic. And any other one to second that? Kind of second that to the...
Yes, I'm happy, Prof. All good.
Fantastic.
We progress.
We progress.
I'm happy.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let me bring out the topic. Let me just a little bit reflect on the topics we are covering within this very tight and compressed module or course. What we have just covered, we have 5 key areas that were listed in your handbook, which I inherited from your former lecturer, because like I told you, I just jumped into the course immediately because your former lecturer was not available. So I was just informed if I can jump into his shoe, and I just jumped into and started carrying you guys because organizational behavior is an area I have lectured in more than 5 universities. I have lectured organizational behavior at Mancosa, Management College of South Africa. I've lectured organizational behavior at CPUT in Cape Town. I've lectured organizational behavior at TUT in Pretoria. And I have lectured that at, of course, UJ. So that is why that is how I'm able to jump into the podium immediately. Otherwise, it would have been a challenge if I don't know most of the topics there. So some of the things we'll be covering, number one, that is overview of organizational behavior, which we have covered from yesterday to this morning. And of course, the next one is diversity and change in organizations. Diversity, the changes that have been taking place in diversity. For change, in fact, I was wondering why specifically when I check the content, change management was not included. Change management is very, very critical. And if we have time, I will touch on change management, But I've just written it at number 2, diversity and change in organization. So, but now when I look at the content in the graph, I did not see change management. I think it's one area that I will inculcate if I continue to carry on as your lecturer for this course, But that will be now for students that will be coming next year, because change is very, very important and critical for organization in the current contemporary world, because change has become rapid, frequent, and of course critical and affecting organization in so many ways. And number 3, that includes individual attitude, emotion, personality, perception, motivation, decision-making, and interpersonal behavior. For that number 3, probably individual attitude, emotion, personality. Sometimes some of them will ask you to do that as self-reading. I will touch on perception, motivation, decision-making, and of course, interpersonal behavior. Then the 4th one there is, of course, the organization, which include, of course, the business processes, group behavior. Group is very, very important. Group dynamics is critical. Team. Most organizations now in the modern world are actually working or managing within a team activities. So people are now working as team, more than individual or as group. So that particular topic on team will be covered in this module. And of course, the next aspect is, of course, team development, leadership and influence of leadership, influence, power and politics, communication, negotiation, and conflict management. Those are part of the things in your module for this semester. And of course, the 5th one there is, of course, organizational structure, organizational system, organizational culture, and of course, ethics have been added to it. Of course, I have some materials on ethics. I will just relate that to you with regards to the course. Organizational learning, and of course, knowledge management. Organizational learning and knowledge management, of course, I know where to obtain that material. It comes within your textbook as part of organizational change, which of course include learning and of course managing of knowledge. So these are the 5 key critical concepts. Although they were compressed into different topics, were compressed into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is in page 5 of the handbook that I released to Mr. James. That was 2 days ago to distribute to students. All right. Then, like your recommended textbook is Organizational Behaviour. That is 18th edition, which is published in SS, UK by Pearson. And of course, other recommended reading include, of course, you can see them there in terms of recommended reading. Most of them that are journal related, I will see how possibility of downloading them as a journal document, and of course attached. And I have also requested CEPAs to see the content, if they have all this journal, in the content distributed by the former lecturer, so that there will not be any need for me to start a fresh downloading of them, because there are some of the journals that may require me to pay to get some of the sources, to reduce those kind of expenditures. All right. So that is that. Some of the recommended reading. You make sure I will see possibility of getting some of the articles and also attaching to you. And of course, for the textbooks that are recommended reading, you can just check out them from your library if you want to add value to your studies. All right. So the way I have structured your content in page 11 of your handbook. You can see there on Friday, 30/09. I've just updated the dates. It's organizational behavior, which is the introduction we have done today, management functions and roles, and of course, ethical dilemma as case study. Those you can read from your textbook. I will tell you the particular one to read, and like I said, as we speak now, in fact, I don't have even your recommended textbook. I just borrowed one from my university library, which they asked me to return on Monday because they said they don't have much copy of it. But I'm planning to contact the publishers to send me a desk copy as a lecturer. But I have other South African version of the textbook, which is this one on my table here, and also the old version. But I need to have the current version of the textbook, the current international version, so that we are all on the same page. So we have covered this one, and of course, the next topic there is diversity in organization. And of course, speaking about gender, and somehow we have touched a little bit about them. Then in terms of some of the cases, managing workforce diversity, OB in global context, race and ethnicity, and of course, I have also asked Cyphers to get me the video, if there is any, that was uploaded by a former lecturer. Men have mathematical ability than women, sexual harassment in the workplace, which are all case-related study. If we have time, I can expand to some little discussion on sexual harassment, but if we don't have time, then I think it could be a case in your textbook, recommended textbook. I will also cross-check whether they have that, but if they don't have that, I'll see possibility of sending you material that covers sexual harassment for your private reading. All right. Then after diversity in the workplace, other topics which I have put to cover on Sunday is personality and value, perception and individual decision-making, motivation concept. Those are topics that I put for Sunday, second 10. Then, of course, for Friday, I have the starting from 14th, 10, understanding work team, foundation of group behavior, interpersonal communication, and of course, barriers to effective communication. All those are section, okay, for 14, understanding work team, and of course, a group behavior is for 14. And for 15, I have included interpersonal communication, barriers to effective communication as 15th of October. Then the organizational culture and synergy, and of course, foundation of organizational structure. Then on the 16th Sunday, I've included leadership, power and politics, conflict and negotiation. All right, in your handbook. But colleagues, for the fact that, of course, like I told you, we have a very short and compressed moment, don't mind if I reverse the topic as we progress. I will touch on the topics that are also within my reach for now. Then I will tick topics that we have covered. Then later on, I can come back to other topics. So it will not be sequential as it is in the handbook, but we will cover everything. Is that clear?
Yes, Prof.
Yes.
It's clear.
Yes,
Okay.
Prof.
So don't be surprised if I start leadership. Yeah. Okay, great. So don't be surprised if I start leadership, which is part of your module, although we have put it to be a course of next week Sunday, but we can start with it as the case may be, depending on how we progress. All right.
All right, Prof.
Great, fantastic. Okay, colleagues, you can take say 3-minute comfort break. I know some of you may want to take a cup of coffee, or some of you may want to at least ease yourself somewhere. So I will be back in another 3 minutes to start the second class.
All right, thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much.
So we start at 11:15. Is that right, Prof?
No. I said you should take just 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh,
Yes, 3 minutes. Yeah.
I heard 30.
Yes.
I'm also at 30.
Yeah, just 3 minutes to take a cup of coffee. We will be having our lunch break by 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, where you can now go for say, at least 20 minutes.
So it's really just to stretch.
Yeah, just stretch your body and take a cup of coffee. Grab your coffee or your tea or your chocolate, if that is what you need. Right. Okay, colleagues. All right, colleagues, are you all here? Are you all back?
Professor, I thought you said 20 minutes. It's been 8.
Is that what?
And you said 20 minutes. It's been 8.
No. I said 3 minutes.
Oh.
3 minutes. Yeah. I said your lunch will be 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yes. No, for this one, it's just a comfort break for you to stretch your leg, grab a cup of coffee, and of course, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thought that I was minute watching you there.
Okay. Is everybody back?
Yes, we are back, Prof.
Yes, we're back.
Fantastic. All right. Okay. Let me move to another slide. Can you see the slide? Organizational behavior. Diversity in organization. Can you see that?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, Prof.
Yes, Prof. Fantastic. All right. Okay. Now diversity. We talk about diversity. People are not all the same. That's it. I will discuss diversity. You must keep in mind, this is part of the new slide. You see that it is more and more of discursive content without much of that picture. So that I'm taking from your new textbook. So people are not all the same. So managers need to recognize and capitalize on these differences to get the most of their employee. So managers have to realize that human beings are not the same. And I gave instance to you that 2 twins may not be the same in character, in what they like and what they dislike. You see. I remember even in the case of my parents, my dad is a Christian, my uncle is a Muslim. He's an Islamic scholar. Can you see? So these are 2 people from the same parents. One decided to choose Christianity and the other one decided to choose Islam. Can you see? So the same thing applies to people in the workplace. Managers need to recognize and capitalize on these differences to get the most out of people working in the workplace or out of their employees. So effective diversity management increases an organization's access to the widest possible pool of skills, abilities, and ideas. Can you see? And I gave you an instance of America as a nation. Can you see? Just like America has been able to accommodate diverse knowledge, ideas, and wide pool of skills, the same way an organization that has embraced diversity will attract wide knowledge, skills, and ability from across the globe. Can you see? So effective diversity management increases an organization asset to the widest pool of skills, abilities, and ideas. You see? So people pull idea from different parts of the world, idea from the East, idea from the West, idea from the North, idea from the South. Can you see? and use this idea to achieve what they call synergy within an organization. When we speak about synergy, synergy is 1 plus 1 is equals to 3, or 1 plus 1 is equals to 5. You see? So unlike 1 plus 1 is equals to 2. So synergy is achieving a supernormal outcome as a result of the utilization of certain factors or variables. So effective diversity management increases an organization's access to the widest possible pool of skills, abilities, and ideas. However, differences between people can also lead to miscommunication. You see, one of our topics is communication. And those are part of the barriers also to communication. So, however, differences between people can also lead to miscommunication, misunderstanding, and of course, conflict. When you misunderstand somebody, when somebody miscommunicates, it can lead to conflict. Therefore, managers need to recognize this. You see, diversity also has its own challenges. Diversity can be a positive force as well as a negative force when people misunderstand or miscommunicate based on the perception of different people according to their background, according to their nationality, according to their value system, and so many other things. Okay, you see? So that is why managers need to recognize this and be able to see when these miscommunications or misunderstandings takes place within an organization. Okay, you see, or take place within an organization. Now, if we give example of demographic characteristics, for instance, of South African workforce or Namibian workforce, as the case may be, national and global challenges in the workforce are leading to more gender balance, multi-ethnic workforce. Okay, see, this is just saying South African workforce. I can change it because this is your study. I can even put Namibian workforce if that is the case. All right. Right. That's the demographic characteristics of Namibian workforce. All right. So national and global changes in the workforce are leading to more gender balanced, multi-ethnic workforce. Like when I visited Nust, yeah, I met some Nigerian academics working at Nust. I met some academic from Ghana working at Nust. For instance, Kofi Boya, who was one time a dean in your Faculty of Management, is a Ghanaian. And I met other colleagues, like the Deputy Dean of Sciences, who is from Nigeria, Professor Wofulu. And of course, I met also your former dean, who was from Jamaica, at Nust. You see, your former dean who was from Jamaica, all the way from Jamaica. So the same thing, you meet also people from Europe, Netherlands, are working at Nust. You see, so national and global changes in the workforce are leading to a more gender balanced and, of course, multi-ethnic workforce. Gender balance, like I gave you an instance, the fact that women are now joining the workforce. Can you see? And even today, you can see more women in the workforce more than men. Can you see? And in fact, there was a time also in my study, I also gave perspective why we have more women in the workforce today. The old stereotypical perception that woman is just a baby maker, or that women are just a secondary factor within a family, that parents can only focus on male children because they have perception that we are marrying out our women and they don't give them training. All those things have changed. People have not even realized that even women are more committed to their parents than their son, because when their son gets married, if you marry a very difficult woman, in fact, your parents cannot even see you again for so many years. The women always think home. So parents have started realizing that. And parents are now investing more on women. Can you see? And of course, the concept that train a woman, you train a nation is now being reinforced. Can you see? That if you train a woman, you train a nation. But if you train a man, you train an individual. You see, these are all new dynamics that are shaping now why people are beginning to invest in women. And I told you, some of my class, I enter my class, you will just see about 10 men and more than 50 women in the class. So women now are acquiring knowledge, and now this is increasing their participation in the labor force. You see? And of course, I made mention to you also about multi-ethnic workforce. That will have now many people within the workforce. For instance, in the case of South Africa, during the apartheid period, we have only the whites dominating the workforce. But since the dawn of democracy and the end of apartheid in South Africa, we have now multi-ethnic workforce. We have the Zulus in the workforce. We have the Xhosas in the workforce. We have the Pedis in the workforce. We have, of course, the vendors in the workforce. We have, of course, different ethnic groupings within the workforce. And I was trying to tell people that ethnic grouping is almost like racial grouping. When it is from a national context, it is considered as ethnic grouping. But when it is from a kind of international context, having more connotation in terms of this color of the skin, it is considered as racial diversity or racial dimension. Because even within national, there are certain tribes that believe that they belong to a particular ethnic group. Can you see? That they believe, there are certain tribes that believe that they belong to some race. Like in Nigeria, for instance, the Yoruba say, we are the Yoruba race. Can you see? So in that context, racism may not even be that issue related to white and white. Racism can be an issue related to black and black. Because if the Yoruba said they are the Yoruba race, then in Nigeria we have also the Igbo race. We have also the Hausa race, ethnic group. So definitely you see that the issue of racism, which was actually obtained from the relationship between white and black and other people of color, is not may not be demarcated in terms of the color of the skin. And you see, but now coming back to the workplace, we must keep in mind that we have multi-ethnic workforce. Even in Namibia, also as a case in point, you may have people from Ukovango. I think somebody was telling me about Ukovango people when I visited in your workforce. And you may have people from just within Windhoek, the tribe, adjacent tribe around there in the workforce. Since the end of course, colonialism or apartheid in Namibia also, you may have a component of different ethnic nationalities in your workforce. And in addition to that, you will have, of course, international individuals in your workforce, people from other countries, you see. So employment of women and people from disadvantaged background has increased significantly. Women were previously disadvantaged, you all know, in terms of what I have mentioned. More women also are entering also now into the workforce because, of course, women have now the capability to control the birth rate. In those days, our mothers can give birth to more than 12 children. Well, if a woman is delivering baby every year, when is the time for studies or when is the time to develop themselves? So women have realized that, and now more women are able to tell their husband, no, I'm not a baby maker. 2 is enough, or 3 is enough. I need to also develop myself. That is why you see more women in the workforce. Can you see? And of course, women have also realized that, wow, there's money in this work. Can you see? So according to how some people can phrase it, if you watch Nigerian African Magic film, there's money in this work. And as a result, women want to also participate in getting their salary, and if possible, supporting the family. And of course, there are also instances where husbands lose their job. And women, after waiting for 1, 2, 3, 4 days, and there's no table, the woman will go into the street and start searching for a job. This is increasing the number of women in the workforce. Can you see? And of course, also, so many dynamics. The divorce rate of women have also increased. The divorce in our society have increased. One phenomenon that have increased is divorce. Many people have broken homes. And a woman that is divorced will definitely fight for herself. That is why we are still getting more women in the workforce. And this is creating a balance in terms of the constituent of our workforce between men and women. And to a great extent, there seems to be a balance. And even in some instances, in some organizations, women are more now in number than men. And in the university now, we are seeing women pursuing their PhDs. Like in our class today now, we have some women that are pursuing their masters. And after that, probably you'll see some of your team or colleagues here that are pursuing their doctorate. Can you see? So that is because women have realized that no, they are not second-class citizens or second-class people within a family. So women, employment of women and people from disadvantaged background has increased. People from disadvantaged background, for instance, if we take that of Namibia or South Africa, where colonialism actually deprived many people from opportunity. So these people were considered as previously disadvantaged people. But now, as a result of the fall of apartheid, and of course, the dismantling of the old system or the old order, more people from disadvantaged position are now back into the workforce. During the apartheid days, some of the universities are not accessible to the blacks in South Africa. For instance, this university where I am lecturing was only restricted to the whites. It was called Rand African University during the apartheid days. A university like Witwatersrand restricted also to the Jews and of course on white. And for you to be a black person to access there, I think that was towards the end of apartheid, but of course it is difficult. So some of the old universities that were reserved for blacks during the apartheid days in South Africa were universities like Fort Hare, where people like Mandela started, and of course Kenneth Kanda of Zambia, and of course some of the older pioneers, Walter Sisulu, Govan Mbeki, and the rest, where they started. Those were reserved for rural people, for black people. Walter Sisulu University in Umtata, and of course, so many rural universities, Venda University were reserved for blacks. And of course, at the secondary school level, there was what they call Bantu education in South Africa, which was, of course, substandard compared to the Western education or the white, where the white study. Can you see? And now, after the end of apartheid, these people from previously disadvantaged institutions have to now compete with the already advantaged people that have already what it takes to progress in life. Can you see? So this are the dimension. These disadvantaged people from disadvantaged background are now increasing because they now have access to opportunities. Can you see? So all these have brought diversity to the equation within our workplaces, or have brought diversity, more diversity in our workplaces. And also, of course, also workers above 55 are retained for longer in the workplace. Workers that are above 55. You know, at 55 years, a worker can take voluntary retirement. I remember one of my master students did a study on why people are taking voluntary retirement in the public service. And she mentioned some of the factors in her findings. So workers over 50 are retained in organization. You know, when a man is 55, you are considered and above, you are considered as an older worker. Because in some countries, the retirement age is 60 years. While, of course, in South Africa, for academic, retirement age is 65. Can you see? So at 55, you have 10 years to go. And if you are in a country where retirement age is 60 years, then you have 5 years to go. Can you see? So organizations are, trying to retain these 55 and above workers for longer in the workforce because of their experiences. So because of this also, we now have different generations in our workforce. Therefore, organizations need to make diversity management a central component of their policy and practices. Why? Because we have different caliber of people within our workforce. We have different demographics within our workforce. So although more than 75% of, for instance, in South Africa, more than 75% of the population is Black. This level of representation is not found in the labor market. Can you see? That 75% of Black people are, of course, employed, gainfully employed. Although more than 75% of the population is Black, this level of representation is not found in the labor market. High unemployment, approximately 25% in South African labor market, is compounded by constant growth in population. The population of Africa is growing, while the population of Europe is depleting. I see. Apart from South Africa, the population in Africa is growing. Africans are still giving birth, but in some European countries, there are families that don't even give birth, and it's an agreement before the marriage. That is why Thomas Piketty, one of the top economists from France, mentioned that one day Europe may vanish. Can you see? Because now when you go to some part of Europe, all the people you meet are all old people. No young people. Can you see? The few young people have moved to cities, but the young people are not giving birth to replenish some part of Europe. You go to some part of Netherlands or some part of Norway, you will realize that you are not seeing many youthful individuals. You see more older people. So Thomas Piketty, one of the powerful economists that use a lot of numbers and statistics, is currently warning Europe that one day Europe may vanish because they are not giving birth, while Africa is increasing. In fact, that was part of Thomas Piketty's Nelson Mandela's lecture that he delivered at Soweto, at the University of Johannesburg campus in Soweto, that you said. So unemployment, approximately 25, and in fact it is more today in South Africa. The same thing applied to Namibia. Unemployment have also expanded in Namibia. At least I was in Namibia recently, and whenever I visit a city, I do some interview when I'm chatting with indigenes or citizens of that country, just to know their perception or their views. So there's high unemployment in Namibia also. You see, it's high unemployment in Namibia. Market is compounded by constant growth in population. Of course, population in Namibia may also be increasing. I'm not sure how the growth rate in population is in Namibia, but I believe since Africa as a continent, the population is increasing, definitely Namibia must be having an increasing population also, must be having an increasing population also. All right. Levels of diversity. have what we refer to as surface level diversity. Surface level diversity are those differences that can easily be perceived. Differences in easily perceived characteristics, such as gender, race, age, disability, that do not necessarily reflect the way people think or feel, but that may activate certain stereotypes. You see, those are surface level diversity. The diversity that we can see with our naked eyes. But of course, there are diversity that we cannot see. You see, that is why I gave you an example of two twins. Looking at them, they look the same. They look the same in terms of height, in terms of color, in terms of smile. But beneath them, within them, they have different life choices. They have certain things they like. They belong to different political parties. Those are also part of diversity. That is referred to as deep level diversity. That is differences in values. You see, two individuals from the same parent may have differences in values. Like I told you, my dad was a Christian and my uncle was a Muslim. Can you see? Or an Islamic scholar. Can you see? So they have different values. My dad may have Christian values and his brother will be having Muslim values. Can you see? And of course, they may have different personalities. Can you see? Personalities. The way they think, the way they reason, the way they want people to perceive them. Can you see? And of course, they may, and of course, work preferences. They may have different work preferences. Even I give instance of my two sons that are studying currently. My first son graduated from this, finished from the secondary school. And I was able to lobby him, to lure him to go for medical school. And he accepted that. And my second son came, finished his secondary school, and I tried to convince him to go for medical school. In fact, I registered a medical school for him. And he told me, no, Daddy, I'm not going to medical school. I don't like seeing blood. I don't like seeing diseases. I said, no, my son, medical school is good for you. I tried to convince him, but he totally disagreed. Then I tried all possible means, telling him the advantage of being a medical doctor, or, you know, he listened to me, then he agreed. Then he went to school. But later he called me and said, Daddy, I don't like this course, you know. So I have to educate myself. But you don't want to push a child into a journey, and if he fails in life tomorrow, he will say, no, this is what I had wanted to do. And my dad forced me into a medical school. Can you see? So those are the two aspects. These are two brothers. One was able to accept, yes, okay, okay, I will do the medical school. But the other one told us, no, I can't do a medical school. That is not my passion. And I don't like seeing blood. I don't like seeing diseases. I don't like seeing people sick. You see? So these are two individuals. Though they are two, both of them are my children, that they have two different worldviews. Can you see? And I have to write to the school to change him from medical school to an engineering school because he said he wants to do engineering. Can you see? So these are two different views and different perceptions. So personality. You can say personality is also being reflected here. And work preferences. What do they want to work? One wants to be a medical doctor, one wants to be an engineer. And in fact, the one that wants to be an engineer, I say he likes his name to be tagged with engineer, this and that. Can you see? So that is life, choices that become progressively more important for determining similarity as people get to know one another better. Can you see? So deep level diversity are those differences in value, something you cannot see with the naked eye. Work preferences, what you prefer, where you prefer to work, that become progressively more important for determining similarity as people get to know one another better. You see? So that is deep level diversity. All right. We progress. Now we'll come to the issue of diversity. One of the critical issues with regards to diversity within the workforce or within a country is what is known as discrimination. Diversity at times triggers discrimination. And for the fact that we are beginning to see more people from different nations working in our workplace, there may be tendency for the nationals or for the indigenes to start discriminating those foreign workers. Or for instance, in South Africa or Namibia, where the white was actually reigning before, they're bringing also new people, the blacks from different places to also share the bounties or the bounties with the white. We also lead to the white trying to discriminate because we have more white managers because they were there before us. Can you see? So discrimination, nothing of a difference between things. That is discrimination, when somebody treats you differently because of how you look, or because of your gender, or because of your sexual orientation. That is discrimination. You see? Treating you differently, treating somebody differently from others because of his origin, or because of his gender, or because of his race, or because of his background, can you see, or ethnicity, as the case may be. Now we have, of course, what is known as unfair discrimination. Unfair discrimination is making judgment about individuals based on stereotypes regarding their demographic grouping. Can you see? Unfair discrimination, that is making judgment about individuals based on their stereotypes regarding their demographic grouping. For instance, if we say all coloreds are drunkards, that will be unfair discrimination, because many colored drink does not make all coloreds drunkard. Can you see? Or for instance, if we say all Muslims are terrorists, that is wrong. We cannot say all Muslims are terrorists because they have certain extremists among them. Can you see? We cannot just conclude that will be unfair. We are making judgment about an individual based on the fact that he is either a Muslim, or he is either a colored, or he is either a Nigerian, or he is either a Ghanaian, or he is either a person from Soweto in South Africa. Can you see? So we are judgmental, we are conclusive in our assertion and in our expression towards that particular individual. You see? Or alteration about that particular individual. You see? So equality before the law and freedom from discrimination are enshrined in the Constitution. You see? Equality. Every constitution of nation enshrines the philosophy of equality, that all are equal in the sight of the law. In fact, that is the rule of law. Starting from those who innovated the rule of law from the West, the Europeans, that is, for instance, Britain, that colonized most African countries, and of course, France, and of course, America also. The rule of law perceived that every individual, and I believe also there's rule of law in Namibia, that every individual is equal before or in the eyes of the law, can you see, or in the sight of law. So equality before the law and freedom from discrimination are enshrined in the Constitution of Nations. So effective diversity management is often necessary to eliminate unfair discrimination. Can you see? Effective diversity management is often necessary both within an organization, within a nation, and of course within even the smaller parastatals, to eliminate issues of unfair discrimination. So many forms of discrimination are prohibited by law. You see, many forms of discrimination are prohibited by law, leading to a decrease in overt, that is what you can see, overt forms of discrimination. And of course, an increase in covert forms of discrimination. And you see, the law enables us to decrease those discrimination that we can see visibly. And you see, but the law cannot actually stop us from discriminations that we cannot see nakedly. And of course, there are discrimination that we cannot see with our naked eyes. You see? So at least the law takes care of those discrimination we can see in terms of how people treat other race and how people treat other genders or how people treat other people from other regions or nationals. You see? But there are, of course, discrimination that we cannot see. Those are handled by diversity management, effective diversity management. All right. Now let's look at discrimination, types of discrimination. We have discriminatory policy and practices, that is action taken by the organization that deny equal opportunity to perform or unequal reward for performance. You see? There are instances where organizations deny certain people an equal opportunity to perform. And this is when you have a leader that is operating within what is known as leader exchange member theory, which of course is a leader that is accumulating in-group and out-group, where the in-group are given more opportunity to perform and excel, and the out-group are restricted to certain discriminatory practices. Can you see? And of course, we have a first type of discrimination, sexual harassment, which is something I said, if I have time, I will expose you to the topic of sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is actually the unwanted sexual advances and other verbal or physical conduct. So sexual harassment is not only when you advance in terms of seeking for sexual pleasure from the opposite sex, as a result of your power status within an organization, but also certain behaviors, verbal attack of sexual nature can constitute sexual harassment. Can you see? Hostile workplace practices can constitute sexual harassment. Can you see? For instance, if you are sharing an office with a female colleague, or let me say now, a female, let me use my a female colleague so that it doesn't look as if we are always taking the power. Because sexual harassment is not only from the men. Sexual harassment can be from a woman boss, the boss, a female boss in the organization. When a female boss is someone who like the young employees, it can become a case of sexual harassment. Of course, when a female is sharing an office with a male colleague, and every time the female is always displaying some issues of sexual nature, or displaying in her maybe desktop, she's displaying the male genital organ. That could be offensive for the man. The man in sharing the office can feel uncomfortable with those kind of display. That amounts to sexual harassment. It is hostile and offensive work environment. Can you see? The same thing also if a man is sharing nude pictures of women on his desktop. That can actually embarrass the woman sharing the office with him, and that can in fact amount to sexual harassment. So it is not only when you personally ask someone for sexual favor or first put it as a threat. If you don't give me this favor, no promotion for you. Or if you don't give me this favor, there will not be increase in your benefit. That amounts to sexual harassment. And most of the sexual harassment, you see it coming from, of course, the managers, those in position of authority, using it as a weapon to actually obtain sexual favor from a younger colleague. But not that, of course, a colleague cannot harass another colleague, but most of the sexual harassment at times comes from power relationship between a senior and, of course, a subordinate. So these are some of the things that are considered as discrimination. You harass somebody because you feel that you are more powerful than that person, then you are discriminating either on the gender of that person or on the personality of that particular individual. Another aspect of discrimination is intimidation, which is overt threat or bullying directed at members of specific group of employees. Can you see it? So if you direct certain threat on the female or on the woman in the workplace, definitely you are discriminating. Can you see? Or if you direct intimidation or express intimidation towards the black colleagues in your organization, then you are actually discriminating. The same thing applies if you are directing intimidation to the white colleagues in your organization. You are discriminating the white colleagues, which is, of course, overt threat or bullying directed at members of specific group of employees. Another aspect of discrimination is mockery and insult, which is, of course, jokes or negative stereotypes, sometimes the result of jokes that are taken too far. You see, the result of jokes that are taken too far. For instance, the issue of someone saying that all colors are drunkards, or the issue of saying that all Muslims are terrorists. That can offend the Muslim. Can you see? That can offend the Muslim, and that can even make a Muslim to resort to attack. Can you see? So one have to avoid most of those things within the work environment. Don't go expensive with your jokes. Don't be very expensive with your joke. Mind what you utter within the work environment. And of course, another aspect of discrimination is exclusion. Exclusion is, of course, exclusion of certain people from job opportunities, social event, discussion, and informal mentoring can also occur unintentionally. You see? We spoke, for instance, in terms of mentoring, because most of the majority of the managers are male. There may be tendency for the managers to promote mentoring of male and, of course, ignoring female. Some male manager may be uncomfortable to mentor another man's wife because they don't want any gossip or anything to emanate from there. But that is also, in a way, discriminating the females. In the form of what is considered as exclusion. An organization must be inclusive and not exclusive. So all those things are some of the issues of discrimination. Exclusion can be considered as discrimination. And of course, incivility is another aspect of discrimination, which is, of course, disrespectful treatment, including behaving in an aggressive manner, interrupting the person, or ignoring his or her opinion. Now, before sharing my thought around that, let me also touch a little bit on the idea of bullying. I think I mentioned bullying somewhere under intimidation. That is number 3 there, the third one. There are instances in organizations where you see bullies. They don't have any formal power in the organization. They bully colleagues. Can you see? I have experienced bullying in my work life. So definitely, I know what it means when you are being bullied. Although I was also able to challenge it and put the bully where he or she belongs. So these are threats. In organization, you can see some individuals taking control as if they are the boss, but they don't even have any moral or any formal authority. They are just mere bullies. They always poke nose in your work. They always check what you do, just to tell you that you are not doing it right. There are individuals like that in the workplace. And we'll come across them one way or the other in our workplace. You see? But it is always good to see how you can report a bully. before her activities gets out of hand. So that is why organization must also create other informal reporting mechanisms where you can report a bully to, not actually to the direct line manager. There should be an independent mechanism where you can report a bully to. Because some instances, a person becomes a bully because he is supported by the management or by the manager who is in charge of that administration. Either he's a friend to the manager, it could be a female bully befriending a male manager, and because of that power of befriending a male manager, bully other colleagues. That creates a kind of negative employee relationship. I have explained to you the difference between employment relationship and employee relationship yesterday. So incivility, disrespectful treatment, including behaving in an aggressive, I'm coming now back to the last one, disrespectful treatment, including behaving in aggressive manner, interrupting the person or ignoring his or her opinions. Right. So these are all issues of discrimination. How you know that one is being discriminated. When you begin to perceive this kind of behaviors, discriminating policies and practices, sexual harassment, intimidation, mockery and insult, exclusion, incivility, just know that discrimination is at play. Is that clear? Is that clear, colleagues?
Clear, Prof?
Yes, Prof.
Fantastic. The first person, I see your mic is problematic. Can you speak again? Maybe you can correct it a little bit. Hello, the first speaker before the lady spoke. What's wrong with your mic?
Yes, Prof.
Yeah, I think your mic is echoing. There's something disturbing your mic.
Oh, okay, I will try to fix it.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, is anybody seconding that you are all okay?
Thank you, Prof. We good?
Great, great. Sophia, are you okay?
I'm okay, Prof.
Fantastic. All right, we'll progress.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, colleagues, we'll come to biography characteristics. Biography characteristics. What are biography? You hear sometimes they say, what is your biography? Send us your bio data or biography. Biography characteristics, that's personal characteristics such as age, gender, race, length of service that are objective and easily obtained from personal records. You see, these characteristics are representative of surface level characteristics. You see, they belong to surface level characteristics. Sometimes even when we do research, we ask people about their biography. How many years have you spent in this organization? You say 5. Who gender do you belong? Male. You tick male. What is your age? You tick your age. What is your race? Either white, black, or colored, or Indian. And of course, so many other variables that they ask. If you are distributing your questionnaire, you are just using that to know the demography or the biography of the person who is responding to your questionnaire. And of course, also, when you are taking a job, there are places you have to tick most of this information about yourself, which is, of course, your biography. So they are surface level diversity. Biographical characteristics are easily identifiable and readily available for an organization. Variation in these surface level characteristics may be the basis of discrimination against classes of employees. Variation, differences in these surface level characteristics may become the basis of discrimination against classes of employees, different employees within those grouping. So these characteristics are not always so closely related to important work outcome as people believe. You see, these are not always closely related to important work outcome as people believe. Often far more variation occurs within groups sharing biographical characteristics than between them. You see. So biographical characteristics with regards to age. Relationship between age and job performance is important. You know that different people perform differently according to their age. That is why it is difficult by some organization to recruit somebody who is above 40. So most organizations, when they are recruiting an early age employee, they want to at least start from the 25, 22, 23. Except now they want to recruit experience into managerial cadre. And that is when they have to recruit an employee who is 40, 39, 40 and above, based on your experience. Can you see? You don't recruit a fresh worker who is 40 into a fresh job, thinking he will grow in his career. That is why most organizations look for people they can develop over the years. So relationship between age and performance is important. As one becomes older, the performance dwindles, the performance comes down, the performance diminishes. I see. Now, for instance, myself, I know how I used to perform when I was in my 20-something and of course 30s with regards to research output. But nowadays, sometimes when I sit down to really write or research, after some few hours, I can become fatigued. You know, then you know that age is beginning to set in systematically compared to, not that I'm not studying, I'm still one of the top publishers at UJ, one of the top research producer. But I know that, of course, certainly I do that with additional push, unlike how flexible I used to do it in my 30s and, of course, maybe early 40s. Can you see? So this is issues. There is widespread belief that job performance decline with increasing age. And of course, we must take into consideration and of course have it in our perspective that the workforce is aging. Like I mentioned to you, the baby boomers have retired or are retiring. Because anybody born after 1945 should be in his 70-something now. These are 70-something. Let me say about 72 to 73 years. So that person has retired. So the workforce is aging. And of course, we now have people who are following. They are beginning to age. We that consider ourselves before as the Y generation are now moving into the retirement age. Can you see? Closely, you know, systematically. Can you see? So we are aging. The workforce is aging. I remember a colleague met me the last time at a function of appreciation. And because we have all experienced COVID-19 that kept every one of us at home. And when he saw me the next time, I didn't have time to shave my beard before I went to that occasion. So all my beard were white. So when he saw me, he said, "Oh, Prof, and I saw you last, you were a young man, but I'm seeing a very old man now." So we started laughing. You know, I told him, "So you are also aging. You're also aging like me." I remember when I joined UJ almost 12 years ago from CPUT, I was still this very young guy that everybody, the guy is very energetic, you know, very strong. And I was even huge, very huge. And in spite of that, all my beards were black, totally black. And my hair, you can't even see a pinch of gray hair. And today I have grown a lot of gray hair. That I need to actually shave my hair all the time. Otherwise, it will be visible that I'm old. I'm getting old. You see? So those are the dynamics, you know. So the workforce is aging. We must accept that and acknowledge that. there is a widespread skill shortage, forcing companies to employ older employees. Of course, as the workforce is aging, I told you that older employee bring experience. Can you see? The young employees may lack certain skills that these old employees have that have made the organization to continue in perpetuity. Can you see? There is a widespread worldwide skill shortages. For instance, in South Africa is experiencing a huge skill shortages. Yeah, we're saying unemployment. There are certain employment that is there that no one is able to occupy. For instance, there are instances even where we advertise like positions, senior positions at UJ, and nobody has the credentials to occupy their strategic position. So there are widespread skill shortages, forcing companies to re-employ older employees. For instance, in the university, I give an example even at Nust. I was told like that Professor Kofi Boya is back to be supervising students at master's and PhD level. And this Professor Kofi Boya was the former supervisor of your current dean in the Faculty of Management. I think they told me that when I visited. You see, but because capacity to supervise students, there's nobody there. The young ones are not occupying it. The young ones have no skills to do that. That is why they are calling back all these older employees to support in those areas. You see, and also there is one other colleague that I met that I always refer to as the old dogs at Nust. It's from Zimbabwe, you know, and he is also called back to continue supervising in management. Why? Because there is no skill, shortage of skills. Can you see? There is worldwide skill shortage, not only in Namibia, even in America. There is worldwide. There are issues of shortage of skill. There are certain sensitive positions that they need skills to occupy, which is why also America, Britain is also scavenging for skills. Recently, Britain is packing a lot of nurses and doctors from Africa, which is part of brain drain. I've written a paper on brain drain. Can you see? That is because there is skill shortage in America. Australia also is packing our nurses and doctors from Africa. That is because there is shortage of skills in those environments. So it's not only Africa. Africa have areas where they have shortage of skills, and of course Europe and America have areas where they have shortage of skills. There's worldwide skill shortage, forcing companies to re-employ older workers. Employees' perception of older workers are missed. There's perception by employees' perception of older workers are missed. One aspect is positive. The positive perception of older workers or of older worker is qualities. Older workers value quality and they bring quality to the organization. Older workers bring experience, such as experience. Older workers are very good in taking decisions. Their judgment is fair and right. Older workers have a very strong work ethics. In fact, when I was reviewing much about baby boomers are very committed to their work. Can you see? Baby boomers are reorganizational citizens. Those are our fathers, our parents, our uncles that were born immediately after the First World War. They believe in job security and they are very loyal to their organization, unlike our new generation, our millennial generation that are not lawyers. They like to travel. They move from job to job. If they're not pleased in this job, they run to the other job. And of course, organizations are ready to recruit them because they are technologically savvy. Can you see? So positive qualities such as experience, judgment, strong work ethics, which of course the young workers, the young working class lack. Strong work ethics, and of course commitment to quality. However, the negative part or the negative perception of employees towards other workers is, of course, negative. Like they are not flexible. Can you see? They are not flexible. They are rigid in their approach. Can you see? You can't change an old worker the way he knows how to do the job, even if the modern contemporary technology have come into the workplace. He still wants to follow his due process, his manual ways of working, than telling him, no, this can be done in computer. He still wants to follow the autocratic management style, where, of course, command, respect, and do what I say and don't do what I do is the order of the day. Can you see? They are rigid. They are focused. They don't want to experiment. The other workers don't experiment. Can you see? So they are not very innovative. They just follow the rules and regulation. They don't want anything ultra-verse. Can you see? They want to just belong to one way of doing things and doing it better and best in the way it is laid down in the manual book. You see, but if you want an innovative workforce, definitely it is the current generation that want to experiment, want to see new things, want to explore. That is actually required. But of course, like I mentioned to you, within a changing and of course rapidly changing environment, we cannot do without innovation. All right. We'll come to that if we have time to discuss organizational change and dynamics, if we have more time watching our lecture. All right, we'll progress. Now, biographical characteristics, which is, of course, related to gender. There are few, if any, important differences between men and women that affect job performance. There are few, if any, important differences between men and women that affect how they perform at work. There are no more different. There are no consistent male-female differences in problem-solving ability, analytical skills, competitive drive, motivation, sociability, and of course, learning ability. We have even come to realize that some women can excel men, can be ahead of men in learning ability. Gender roles still affect anyway perception. Gender role, the role of women, still affect perception. For instance, in the area of leadership, many people think that it is better to be a man. Leaders are men, you know. But of course, recently now they have the renewed emphasis that in fact women can lead. And of course, what a man can do, a woman can do it even more better. You see, it's a renewed emphasis. And we have seen women who have led and led well. Indira Gandhi of India led India during the wartime, and she led well. Margaret Thatcher of Britain led Britain, and of course, led well. She was in fact referred to Iron Margaret Thatcher because of her leadership. And of course, we have people like Nkosazana Zuma of South Africa who led well, and of course, was in fact the chairperson of the African Union. We have also strong women who have led well. And the leadership of women is not just a contemporary thing. Right from the biblical time, we have seen great women that have led their nations to war. A good example is Esther in the Bible, who led their nation to war. Can you see? So instances are there that women can also lead and do it even more better than men. So gender role, although gender roles still affect perception of people. So women who succeed in traditionally male domains are often perceived as less likable. Can you see? Women who succeed in traditionally male domain, areas that are considered to be for men, are often perceived as less likable. People just say, no, she's not being soft like a woman. She wants to imitate the men. She's too hard. She insults. You know, but a man can do this and we don't discriminate about it. Can you see? They are more hostile. They are less desirable as supervisors because they want to act like women. Of course, There are instances where we see women who want to actually be men. Can you see? And even while trying to be men, they overreact. Can you see? Those kind of issues can come. But of course, women have their own leadership trait, leadership characteristics that can even surpass how men can lead. Women are more considerate. Women see how they can foster peace in a workplace, because women bring peace to a nation. Women bring a solution to human suffering in many instances. Women are, in fact, in charge of the family. If a family has to fail, it has to fail from the women, not the men. You see, because the women are the owners of home, no matter what a man may think. Women.
Prof.
Yes. Yes.
Are you saying as men we like fighting?
No, men are more aggressive. You can find that. men are considered more aggressive than women. Of course, we can see women. We can, of course, come across women who are troubleshooters or troublemakers, but men are considered to be more aggressive. Something of that nature. And men fight. Look at all the wars we are experiencing in the world today. It is because of men. Can you see? And women bear the consequences of the war that has been created by men. You can see how many children have died in Ukraine. You can see how many husbands have died in Ukraine. Who bear the brunt? The women. Can you see? So women have their role. That is why they say, strike a woman, you strike a nation. You see? Strike a woman, you strike a nation. But without women, a nation cannot exist. You see? So we have to put it, because women are the custodians of the home, the family, the same way they manage their family. Women are multi-skilled. Women are multitasking. And women can do so many things at the same time. They can be breastfeeding and as well as cleaning the house and cooking. That is woman for you. And with all these traits, women have their own specific leadership potentials. Can you see that they can offer, But setting down also, you see women in leadership who also want to also create or lead like men, And of course, Hofstede was able to show us about different cultural differences in terms of how people relate to people, And of course, he spoke about feminism and of course, muscularism, that there are certain leaders that adopt feminist, even when they are male, feminist approach of leadership, and there are certain leaders that adopt muscular approach to leadership. So the feminine approach to leadership can be likened to those of Scandinavian countries. Can you see? Where they consider more, they are gentle, they look towards consideration, peaceful approach to resolve an issue than going to wars. And when we talk about muscular approach, you can take example of Russian Putin, where all he does is power, muscle. When you see Putin reflecting, climbing on top of a horse without a shirt, and a kind of power show, muscle show, and all those kind of things, which is what people are using to make a caricature of the current president of US, where they show Putin with muscle, and of course, US president as an old man falling from the airplane, those kind of issues, So these are also some of the consideration and some of the topics. Can you see? So gender roles still affect perception. Women who succeed in traditionally male domain are often perceived as less likable, more hostile. And of course, one of my PhD student, former PhD student, Siani Ngidi, wrote about, of course, perception of women leaders within the banking sector. And she was also able to reflect on this, how some male subordinates are not actually happy that they are being led by a woman. So on the basis of that, they dislike, why should this woman now be my leader? Or sometimes there's to be some hostile behavior. And in fact, recently, one of the professors in my department called me to tell me how one of the master students was actually challenging her authority. And I try to also reflect on the findings of my PhD student with regards to a woman leader. Because when you are supervising a student, you are the student's study leader. So what my student found in her research seems to be coming now in terms of the relationship between this female professor and, of course, the student. Can you see? The student now feeling that, no, I have finished my master's and publication from my thesis is my sole property. I don't have to consult the supervisor, and the supervisor feeling, no, you did this under me. Definitely, you must consult me before any publication goes out there, because so that I may not be implicated if the paper submitted is a wrong paper that was not actually supervised in terms of the plagiarism or in terms of any content that may affect the authors of such a kind of material. Can you see? So those things reflect. And of course, research suggests that women believe gender-based discrimination is more prevalent than do male employees. Can you see? This belief are especially pronounced among women working with a large population of men. So research suggests, evidence-based finding suggests that women believe that gender-based discrimination is more prevalent than do male employees, more prevalent towards them than their male counterpart. These beliefs are especially pronounced among women working with large population of men. But also there are instances, maybe we'll come across that, but let me just add that before I progress. There are also instances where women subordinate perceive women leaders as from a negative light. Can you see? Where even there are some females that prefer a man to be their leader than a woman to be their leader. This is stemming from what is known as Queen Bee syndrome, where a woman who has become a leader tries to close all opportunities for other women and even prefer to develop men than develop women, so that there will not be any woman rising to her standard. Can you see? And of course, for instance, in terms of South Africa or maybe Namibia, as the case may be, there's a law which has to do with women empowerment. That if there is a man and a woman having the same credential and qualification and having the same aptitude, give the woman opportunity to lead or to be ahead. That is part of the woman empowerment. Now, the woman who has already come to that position of leadership knows that empowering other women, they are all under that law, protected by the law of women empowerment. Then I don't need to create competition for myself of another woman being developed. So this is also creating what is known as Queen Bee syndrome, a situation where women who have arrived don't want other women to arrive. Can you see? In spite of the fact that we are yearning that we need more women in leadership, but the women who have arrived try to hinder those who are still aspiring to arrive to leadership. Is that clear? Is that clear?
It's all good, Prof. Is Prof now gone, or is it just me, my Wi-Fi?
I think
I
it's
can't hear
Prof.
Prof either.
Yeah, and his picture is frozen.
Stage 20.
Yeah.
The worst part about it, when it happens, even the cell phone towers just go off.
Is it?
Hello,
So they
colleagues.
don't have
Welcome
generation.
back, Prof.
Colleagues, I'm
Hello,
back.
Prof.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof, we can
Yes,
hear you.
we now.
I
The power
just
go
want
off
to
again.
I just want to alert you that the light has the electricity has gone at UJ, and I'm using now the other modem. Thank God I took it to the office. If I was trusting UJ facility, maybe now we'll be ending the class again. So I took the other facility, and I'm back now to you guys in terms of our journey. All right. Okay. We'll progress. Okay, are you guys still there?
Yes, Prof, we are here.
Fantastic.
Yes, Prof.
We'll progress. Okay, cool. So, research shows that women believe gender-based discrimination is more, and I have also alluded to you with regards to Queen Bee syndrome. Queen Bee, you know the Queen Bee? The Queen Bee is surrounded by male soldiers. Male, the queen, can you see? Not female, can you see? So, they don't want female to be around. She's protected by men. So, and doesn't want any female to arrive there to either become the next queen. So that is, of course, the Queen Bee syndrome with regards to some research that has been done with regards to women in leadership. All right. Now we'll come to biographic characteristics, which has to do with gender. Gender. I see. Formally, okay, we're still talking about gender. We're still progressing on gender. Working mothers often prefer flexible work schedules or flexible work schedule. American call it schedules. British use schedule. Okay, you see. Working mothers often prefer flexible work schedules, part-time work, and telecommuting to accommodate family responsibilities. That is, of course, gender. Working mothers prefer flexible work, like part-time work, telecommuting, working electronically in order to accommodate family responsibilities. Women also prefer jobs that encourage work-life balance, which limits their option for career advancement. You see, women prefer work that encourages work-life balance, being able to play the two roles of a mother and, of course, as a worker. Some of these kind of balancing the work and this to limit also their opportunity to move, to advance within the ladder of the organization. So it hinders their career advancement. So studies show that women have higher rate of absenteeism. Studies have shown that women have higher rate of absenteeism and are more likely to turn over than men. Yeah, absenteeism, for instance, women take care of children. If your child is sick and experiencing convulsion, you don't have time to even call the manager in the office. You are already shouting, oh, hospital, 911, this, that. You rush. They carry to the hospital. So women play most of this role because women are more attached to their family, to their children. And of course, are more likely to turn over than men. Women are more likely to resign from job that is not favoring their nature than men. Can you see? And of course, women can, of course, turn over for the fact that they know that, okay, I have a husband that is working, so let me look for another job. But when a man decides to turn over, definitely you receive the highest insult from the woman at home. If your woman is the one that have a big mouth, insult you. I'm not meant to take care of you as a man. We see that every time, you know. So that is why also men, it's difficult for a man to resign from a job if there's no other job waiting already. Can you see? So men prefer to get a new job first before they resign. Unlike women who have a husband to take care of them if they don't like a job, and then they will start looking for a job after resigning. So men take proper consideration before taking such kind of decision. Because we never say that the money of a woman is for a woman, but the money of the man is for the family. We have to put that into perspective. The man's money is for the family, but the woman's money is for the woman. Even from my own side, I can't even remember when I last asked my wife how much she earns in her salary. I see. So, but my money is for everyone in the family, in my family. So that's the point. So the role of women is changing. The role of women is changing, with men increasingly sharing responsibility for a child. It's beginning to change. Men are now playing bigger roles. And which is why you see, like in America nowadays, of course, sharing of responsibility, where the man goes to work in the morning, come back afternoon, the wife goes to work in the afternoon, the man looks after the children and cook food for the wife. You see, unlike previously, the wife has to be the cook, the wife has to look after the children, the wife has to do everything. And the man will just come back from work and eat, sleep. And of course, be entertained by the woman also. You see? So those things have changed. Men go to work, come back at a certain time, and of course, the woman will go on her own. So it's not a sharing of home responsibility and looking after children in recent time. Biographical characteristics with regards to race and ethnicity. When we talk about race, that's the biological heritage people use to identify themselves, like white, Indian, and all the rest. And ethnicity, like I told you, is the additional set of cultural characteristics that often overlap with race. That is why sometimes I tell you that it is because people have different color and different, of course, that people talk about race. Otherwise, it is more or less ethnicity. Now, if we want to define it properly, okay, we can say race, black, white, colored, India, with regards to South African context. And of course, in Namibia, we have white, black, and of course, Indians and, other races. Now, when we talk about ethnicity, like I told you, it comes down to the national level. Like in of course, Namibia, we have the Okuvangos, we have the Bushmen, we have, I watched the movie of the Bushman when I was still a young boy, a very little boy. I think finishing my secondary school or entering into the university, that was when I watched the first movie of the Bushman, which was very funny, So we have people, different those are ethnic people within a nation. The additional set of cultural characteristics. For instance, in South Africa, we have the Zulus, we have the Xhosas, we have the Vendas, we have the Pedis, and of course, we have the Coloreds, of course, form part of ethnic grouping within South Africa. All right. So research shows that in employment setting, people tend to slightly favor colleagues of their own race in performance evaluation, promotion decision, and of course, pay raises. And I have noticed that also in South Africa. You see? In South Africa, when instances of promotion are coming, when a manager is a white, you see that the whites are easily promoted to the next cadre compared to blacks. The same thing applies when a black is also a manager. You see those two also playing out. But it plays out more among the whites. I must just be very frank with you, because I have also experienced it, and I have been in the whole system. And when it comes to issues, I remember in terms of pay, when I was promoted to a full professor, I was made to understand that I was short charged. Can you see? Because after some time, the HR department, after some years, The HR department contacted me to tell me that they have evaluated my salary, that my salary was lower than what other colleagues were receiving. And my salary was increased. And for me, it was an added thing. I wasn't aware of it. Can you see? But they have evaluated who are the professors. When did he become a professor? What is the amount other professors in his cadre are receiving? And on the basis of that, they realized that somehow I was short-charged. Can you see? So that is also a perspective. And of course, the person in charge when I was promoted was a person from a different race from mine. You see? So yeah, he must have put me on a smaller notch or a smaller notch, which was later now realized by the human resources management. Can you see? So substantial racial differences also exist in attitude towards affirmative action. Every country have adopted affirmative action. I know that Namibia, they borrowed from South Africa. But the difference between Namibia affirmative action and that of South African affirmative action is that Namibia affirmative action is actually handled by an agency. Unlike South African affirmative action, that is, of course, government regulated. Can you see? So that is the only difference. Otherwise, Namibia has borrowed a lot from South Africa with regards to affirmative action. And of course, South Africa has borrowed a lot from America and Canada with regards to their affirmative action. Can you see? So evidence suggests that despite group differences in mean test performance, there is little convincing evidence that well-constructed test set are more predictive of educational, training, and occupational performance for members of one group over one group versus another. Evidence suggests that despite group differences in mean test performance, there's little convincing evidence that well-constructed test set are more predictive of educational, training, and of course, occupational performance for members of another. We'll progress. Biographic characteristics with regards to disability. Generally, a person, are you guys still with me?
We're here, Professor.
Is everybody fantastic?
Yes, we're still here.
Thank God today
Still here.
Great. Thank God today thank you very much. Thank God today my movable model is working, and even the camera is working, and it is not breaking like yesterday. I think yesterday probably maybe my data got finished. My data is always loaded on the 1st of every month, for both my bigger modem at home and of course my movable model. Now that I'm going to be taking you guys, probably I will tell Techcom to increase the volume of data for my movable model. This is really most effective because the model at home normally goes with electricity, that you have to plug it on the electricity, whereas the movable model, you can charge it and be using. All right.
Prof, we can always
happy that yeah.
We can always assist with data. Don't worry. But there's a price.
Hello? Okay. No problem about that. No, I will support. I'm also part of class, so I will always support every one of you. All right. Like I said, it's all our class. And that way you guys can support. That is always good because I know that I'm lecturing with, of course, some of you here are managers, some of you here are business owners, some of you here. I know that for those at the business school, because I have lectured at TUT Business School, and in fact, most of the profile of students there are top politicians in South Africa that I have lectured over the years. In fact, General Malassi of South Africa was my student at TUT Business School. you know, a military general, a full-star general in South Africa was my student. And I didn't even realize until he was marking his 50th birthday during those years, so years back when I was lecturing. And he said, Prof, you must be at my birthday. I said, what is the destination? He said, I will give you the destination. Only to arrive as the destination took me to a military barrack, a big barrack in Pretoria. And before I knew it, the military men marching with their big drums and all the rest. And the general was in the middle now, arriving with the wife. That was when I knew that my student was one of the generals, you know, in South Africa. And in fact, it was the general that actually led the South African military to the operation in Khan, Central African Republic, sometime back, you know. So I know that some of the colleagues in the class, some of them are big shot, and they are working with big organizations as managers and the rest. So I take cognizance of that, you know, which is why, to be frank with you, I respect any class that is at postgraduate level, because I know that we all will be bringing ideas, cross-pollination of ideas. That is something that I allow you people to engage, to also add your voices, and add value to the lecture, because we learn from each other. A professor being a professor does not mean he stops learning. We learn from each other, so we'll continue to learn. Learning is a lifelong activity. You know, every day as I lecture my student, I learn from my student, and I also give the one I have to them. All right, we'll progress. So the next aspect is biographical characteristics with regards to disability. Disability, generally, a person is disabled if he or she has any physical or mental impairment that substantially limit one or more major life activities. Can you see? Then the person is considered a disabled. Disability share almost no common feature. No one generalization is possible about how each condition relates to employment. Some jobs cannot be accommodated to some disabilities. There are certain jobs, of course, that a disabled person cannot do. You cannot send a disabled person to war. Certainly, he cannot function as a military man, except he can function as an administrator within the military, working in the admin, but he cannot go to war if he's a blind man. Can you see? However, computer technologies and other adaptive devices increasingly allow disabled persons to be employed more often. Can you see? And of course, biographic characteristics with regards to disability, negative biases, and perception of low employability of disabled persons remains, especially with regards to mental disability. Can you see? Negative biases. There are people who are fundamentally biased about recruiting disabled people, particularly with regards to mental disability. And in fact, I was joking with my student about one of my lecturers when I was a student in the secondary school, my teacher, you know, who had some mental problem, you know, which is quite dangerous, you know, because a mental man can kill while imparting knowledge, and he would be discharged to mental home because he's not answerable to law. Well, he's mental. So that is why when somebody commits a crime, they check his mental abilities. Can you see? And I remember joking with my student that this particular teacher will come into the class, and when sometimes he's normal, he's a very good teacher, he's a mathematics teacher, he is normal when he's normal. But after some time, one will know that his mentality is now beginning to get challenged when he now begins to insult everyone. And he will say, the principal is counterfeit. The students are counterfeit. The teachers are counterfeit. Everyone is a counterfeit. The president is a counterfeit. They will know that, oh, no, this student is no more. This student is no more in our syllabus. Everybody have become now counterfeit. So before you know it, there will be a drama, and you see other teachers trying to hold him, force him into a car, and take him out of the institution, you know, just to avoid the additional embarrassment, you know. So there's no way you can actually openly and deliberately recruit a mental person. It is only on that basis that someone can, of course, discriminate in terms of recruiting a disabled person, because a mental person can be very risky within an establishment. All right. So evidence suggests that disabled person receive higher performance evaluation. That disabled people receive higher performance evaluation. Why can this can be genuine? This can be out of mercy. Maybe the person evaluating being more softer or being more considerate, considering the input the disabled person had brought to the party. But there are instances where disabled person, like I have given you instances of Hawkins, bring something that is original and, of course, something innovative to the equation or to the party or to organizations. Can you see? Hawkins, I think that is Charles Hawkins, you know, if I'm not mistaken, you know, who is one of the most powerful scientists that have ever emerged in this world. You see? So evidence suggests that disabled persons receive higher performance evaluation. It can be out of mercy, but it can be out of re-evaluation. Because disabled people that know their job are more focused. They don't have more social life. Can you see? Although they tend to encounter lower performance expectation. You know, sometimes they tend to encounter lower performance expectation despite the high performance evaluation. All right. So those are some of the issues with regards to disability performance. Although they encounter lower performance expectation, are less likely to be hired. You know, there are instances where disabled people are less likely to be hired. You know. All right. Just a minute, just. Okay, we'll progress. So evidence suggests that disabled persons receive higher performance evaluation, although they tend to encounter lower performance expectation when hired. All right. And of course, they are less likely to be hired. Sorry about that. All right. Biographic characteristics, tenure, religion, gender orientation, and of course, gender identity. When you get tenure is expressed as length of time you have held a job or a position. It appears to be a good predictor of employee productivity and negatively related to absenteeism. Because long tenure employees don't want to, of course, contribute more to the organization. And long tenure employees don't want to be absent from work. They don't want to lose their job. But at this stage, they have already built up their career and they are looking towards their pension. So there seems to be more committed and more lawyers compared to newly employed employees. Tenure at the previous job is a powerful predictor of future turnover. That is why when new employers are trying to check your previous employment, they just want to know how long you have stayed in that employment. If you're the kind of employee that jump from job to job, then definitely you may find it difficult to get employed by a new employer, because a new employer may perceive you as a jumping employee that doesn't stay one place. You don't have permanency. That is at least the best thing for any employee to do, at least be able to settle in an employment for at least 5 years and above, so that you will be considered as a tenured employee. You see? So new employers or prospective employers still look at how long you have spent in other organizations that recruited you before. So these are some of the things they check when they say they will do a reference check about you. You see? So evidence also suggests that tenure and job satisfaction are positively related. You see? But the more you stay in a place, the more you are satisfied. It shows that you are satisfied with what you are doing in that place. You see? So evidence, it's a research evidence, have confirmed that. And it's logical to think in that way. That, of course, evidence suggests that tenure and job satisfaction are positively related. They are related. You see? Because you are staying longer because you are satisfied with what you do, and you are satisfied with what you do. That is why you are staying longer with an organization. Religion. With regards to religion, people's belief system or lack thereof are often in conflict. Okay, you see? People belief systems are often in conflict. You see? People in the organization. A Muslim may have a different worldview. A Christian may have a different worldview. You see? About life. So religion is a very powerful force that can even bring conflict in an organization. The Constitution gives equal status to all religion. Constitution of nations, including South Africa, Nigeria, Namibia, gives equal status to all religion. No religion is preferred above the other, including the traditional religion, the Sangoma, and all other religions are given equal status when it comes to religion. You see? It is a challenge for employee to treat it is a challenge for employer to treat employees equally while maintaining sustainable business practices. It is a challenge for employers to treat employees equally while maintaining sustainable business practices. It is a challenge for employers to treat employees equally. So employer must treat employees equally while maintaining sustainable business practices. Employers must treat all employees equally. Nobody should be preferred over the other. That is what inclusive organization is all about. Why doing their businesses? All right. Now we're still talking about tenure, gender orientation, and gender identity. Gender orientation, and of course, sexual orientation will fall under this gender orientation. And of course, South African law, and of course, European law, or particularly American law, and I don't know actually the emphasis with how Namibia have accepted that gay is permissible. But I know that in some African countries, they don't believe in gay, that a man can actually act the role of a woman, or a woman acting the role of a man. I know that Uganda is vehemently against it. Kenya is vehemently against it. Nigeria is vehemently against it. And there are laws to make sure that such kind of practices are not permitted. And of course, South Africa has permitted gay, that people should not be discriminated on the basis of their sexual or gender orientation. So that does not have discrimination against employee based on gender orientation or sexual orientation. Many organizations have implemented policies and procedures to protect employees against discrimination based on gender or
maybe Prof.
orientation.
May I ask a question?
Or gay, or lesbian, or as they may be. I remember sometimes when I started lecturing, sometimes you see some students acting like women and acting like a woman. Yeah, we are free.
I'm really struggling to hear, Prof, and to follow anything really.
Yeah, maybe on the last point, Prof. The statement you said.
I see that.
Yeah, your network is pretty bad, Prof.
Are you still with me?
Yes, we are still here, but the network is pretty bad.
Okay, let me.
I don't know. Maybe the other colleagues. Can you guys probably hear, Prof? Because I can't hear, Prof.
No, it's the same here with me.
I think for the past 10 to 15 minutes, I haven't been able to hear him properly.
Yeah.
And his screen is stuck.
It's just noise.
Prof, it's still
my video.
you break up terribly.
Can you hear me?
Franklin, can you reach out to Prof maybe and just tell him that we can't hear him?
Yeah.
Let me try to reach him.
In that case, okay, I can now. Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof, we can hear you.
Collins, can you hear me?
Yes, we
You can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Just because of this power failure, I don't know now. Probably maybe I have to run back home to see whether there's power in that side. Probably maybe you guys should give me another, say, 30 minutes to drive to a different location that is now to Rambeg from Auckland Park. I think this movable block is more or less for cell phone now from what I'm seeing. I need to actually go and report to TechCom that their model is not working effectively. I remember I had actually used the model given to me by Nust to present some work.
We can hear you, but we understand.
Very effective.
We can take a lunch break.
All right.
For 1 hour.
Okay. Yeah. Let's take a lunch break. It's already. Can you hear me now?
We can barely hear you, but it's 12:38. I don't know if we can take a lunch break for 1 hour. I guess by 1:30
Hello?
we can be back.
Hello?
The problem is the Prof is offline on the phone. I cannot even reach him.
Maybe Franklin communicate with Prof, and then you
Yeah,
can.
I'm trying, but his phone is off.
No, take a lunch break for 20 minutes. What is
Prof, in Africa, we eat a lot. 20 minutes won't help.
Very true.
Oh, God.
okay?
But an hour is a bit long, also considering that we started late. I think we have some.
On the phone.
I don't mind.
Maybe half an hour tops.
On the phone.
Maybe Franklin communicate with Prof.
30 minutes.
I will try, but his phone is off.
Prof, please communicate with us in the chat.
Yeah.
Please type in the chat because we can't hear you.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, let me do that. Okay. Can you see it?
Did you click send?
Or type on the presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, I have sent. Yeah. Okay. Another person said, okay, okay, colleagues, I have your proposal for 30 minutes break. Is that all? Okay, let me do that.
Franklin, can you just communicate the exact time we need to start? So we're all just aware of what should be done in the next 20 minutes.
Excuse me?
Frankly, I could barely hear Prof. Maybe
Yeah.
if you can touch base with him on the side and just probably communicate in our WhatsApp group what happens.
I tried WhatsApp, he's not ready. I tried calling him, his phone is off.
Because all I have is 20 minutes. But Sabrina suggested 30 minutes, so it's fine. So we break
I think
break till 1:30.
30 should be fine.
Yeah. So we break till 1:30.
Are you saying my typing? I've typed it on the PowerPoint. I'll send it on the chat.
Okay, Prof, we see the accept proposal for 30 minutes, right? And we come back at 1:15. We see it.
Yeah. 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 Okay, cool. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay. Hello, colleagues. For those that are still in the class. Hello, colleagues.
Colleagues, are we all back?
Hello, colleagues, are you all back?
Yes, Prof.
Fantastic.
Yes, Prof, we're back.
Okay, good. When I asked you guys to go to lunch, I told myself, no, I wouldn't like to go to a proper lunch. Let me take a fast food, because if I go for proper lunch, it may take more time. But unfortunately, again, the fast food outlet, since I have joined the queue, then I realized that it's a very long queue. That is why I took a little while. All right. And when I told you guys that I may be heading to Rambek, an intuition, that is what I mean by intuition, instinct told me, why not check the cable of the Wi-Fi if it is working? And I went back there to my office and I plugged the cable, because formerly I was using wireless, the university wireless. And I saw that the cable is working. So definitely we don't have any fear now, whether they like the take power or anything, until we can complete our tasks for today. All right, so that's a good one. Okay. All right. Would be to do. Right, I think this is where we stopped. Tenure, religion, gender orientation, and of course, gender identity. Is that clear?
Yes, Prof.
Great. And that is where we stopped. So companies are increasingly accommodating and protecting transgender employees through policies, procedures, and other special consideration. I know that, okay, somehow there have been debate around the issue, both globally and of course continentally and of course nationally, with regards to issues around sexual orientation or gender orientation. Sometimes there are certain parts of Africa that believe that no, it's a taboo for a man to be having a sexual relationship with a fellow man. It's a perception of people in some other area. But there are also people who are of the view in some other cultural environment that, of course, men are born in that way, and some people are born in that way, and they are sexually attracted to their fellow men or women, And I think recently I saw an Anglican priest, I think from Nigeria, an Anglican priest that was celebrating his years of being a priest and a gay, So to a great extent, I think we have also beginning to also see how to accommodate people based on their differences, which is, of course, part of the diversity that we are talking about. And even there are even people who have started even using some friendship in the Bible to express the fact that, of course, gay is also approved in the Bible, like the friendship between Jonathan and, of course, David in the Bible was persist from that issue of man liking a man. But no information whether there was an intercourse between them was contained in the Bible. But people use biblical injunction to support certain aspects. But I know that the Bible, strict religious people also shun away from such kind of practices, But still, if you are in an environment where it has been signed into law, definitely you must respect those laws. So you cannot discriminate when it is approved by law with regards to the gender orientation of person. For instance, in South Africa, gay marriage is approved and accepted by law. And of course, you have to respect your colleagues that are gay. And in fact, ignore whether such relationship exists, because you have to see them like a normal human being. So many lesbian, gays, and bigender employees sometimes hide their identities from co-workers for fear of discrimination. You see. However, companies are increasingly also accommodating and protecting transgender employees through policies, procedures, and other special consideration. Because, of course, if the law of the land has approved it, definitely companies have to, of course, implement policies, procedures that will also accommodate such. All right. So as a manager, you must know that, of course, you have gays under you. For even myself as a professor, I must also put that into consideration, that I have students that are gay and lesbian. I must respect them and treat them the way they are. You see? So that is the fact of the matter. I have come across students, a male student speaking to me, and I can hear a woman's voice. I have come across a female student speaking to me, and I can hear a man's voice. So, but I have to respect them the way they are. That is what the policy, and that is what the law of the land, with regards to South Africa, says about that. But there are countries that I will also go. I will have to apply their law, which is being culturally sensitive. For instance, Uganda does not permit gay at all. If you are gay, they beat it out of you in Uganda. And that is, of course, some of the argument between Museveni of Uganda and that of Barack Obama when Barack Obama was visiting the sub-region. And, of course, also the debate between Barack Obama and, of course, the outgoing president of Kenya, that is, of course, is it Kenyatta, outgoing president of Kenya, So that was the argument also between them. The fact that, of course, Kenyatta was able to tell Barack Obama that the issue of gay and lesbian is not the priority of Kenya. What they need is food and addressing poverty, but not issues of sex. But of course, I think Barack Obama was trying to push it across Kenya that they need to actually be free about some of these issues. Also the same thing also was reflected in Nigeria when the Nigerian parliament passed it into law. There's nothing like gay or lesbian. So these are contextual issues across the globe. Why the West is trying to also promote these ideas that people should live in an atmosphere of freedom. There are also countries and, of course, people who feel that it is against their own culture and their beliefs. So that is why also as managers, and of course, even as employees, we must be culturally sensitive. Knowing that in the workplace today, you may have a manager who is a gay or transgender as your boss, and you must respect his or her sexual orientation. The same thing applies to a manager. You must keep it into perspective that you may have a gay or a transgender as your employee or as your subordinate. So with regards to South African law, we respect that. And of course, I know that Namibian law also may also have certain clauses that also protect such kind of dimensions. All right. So companies are increasingly also accommodating and protecting transgender employees through policies, procedures, and other special considerations. All right. Now we move to abilities, intellectual ability. When it comes to ability, let's talk about intellectual ability. Ability, which is an individual's capacity to perform the various tasks in their job. And when we refer to intellectual ability, that is the capacity to do mental activities such as thinking, reasoning, and of course, problem solving. When we talk about general mental ability, we are talking an overall factor of intelligence, as suggested by the positive correlations among specific intellectual ability dimensions. That is with regards to ability, and you can see some of the intellectual abilities as reflected here in this particular table. All right. Intellectual abilities in terms of the dimension, for instance, number aptitude, ability to do speedy and accurate arithmetic. And of course, the kind of job that people with number aptitude can function in is, of course, accountant, computing the sales task on a sale of item. Can you see? Although myself, like I told you in my first degree, I was an accountant. So, I dealt with figures and calculation. And I remember when I was working with the Central Bank of Nigeria in Abuja, all I do is calculation with what they call the punching machine, where you calculate a lot of ledgers and trial balance. I was working in the staff credit control office, under the finance department. And all we do is just punching machine, using punching machine to calculate and make sure that the balance are accurate. So that is dealing with figures. And I think along the line, I didn't like figure again. I want to deal with people, which is, of course, what led me to human resources management and, of course, issues apart from now, accounting also. Because in my first degree, I have an accounting and management background. In my first master's, I have, of course, finance and management background. But in my master's in business administration, I have human resources and industrial relation background. So on the basis of that, during my PhD, I decided to move straight along with my second master's, which is that master's in business, which now took me to a PhD in human resources management. You see, and since then, I think I'm enjoying working with people, and of course, instead of working with figures. So definitely, it depends on aptitude. Maybe right from the origin, I have an aptitude to function with people rather than figures. You see. And of course, I will have another dimension in terms of dimensions of intellectual ability, verbal comprehension. Verbal comprehension is the ability to understand what is read or heard and the relationship of words to each other. And the job, the kind of job that somebody with verbal comprehension can function in or work in is a good example is plant manager. Following corporate policy on hiring and of course following all the procedures of the organization. That is a plant manager. Then of course we have another dimension with regards to intellectual ability, that is perceptual speed, perceptual speed, ability to identify visual similarities, how you perceive things, how you see things, ability to identify visual similarities and differences quickly and accurately. And of course, where can somebody with strong perceptual speed or ability function? A fire investigator, like working in the fire brigade. Can you see? Identifying clues to support a charge of arson, a charge of fire outbreak or arson by certain individuals who decide to bomb a particular house or a particular organization. I remember some years back, we have the activities of arson at UJ when some group of students decided to burn down our auditorium. UJ auditorium is a very powerful auditorium that can contain, in fact, more than 50,000 or 100,000 people at the same function. That auditorium was set on fire some years back by some very funny students. But they were all arrested. They have been expelled. I think some of them are serving jail terms, you know. So fire outbreak, somebody who can work in such kind of investigating that is somebody who has strong perceptual speed. And of course, inductive reasoning, which is the next one. Inductive reasoning is, of course, an ability to identify a logical sequence in a problem and then solve the problem. Where the job that such kind of a person can function under is, for instance, market research, forecasting demand for a product in the next term period or in the next time period. See. Then another aspect is deductive reasoning, which is, of course, ability to use logic and assess the implications of an argument. And that is why in research, when you come to qualitative research, what you normally use most is inductive reasoning. And when it comes to quantitative research, what is most used is deductive reasoning. Okay, see, that is ability to use logic and assess the implication of an argument. And a good example of where one can function, one with deductive reasoning can function, is supervisor choosing between two different suggestions offered by employees. Then, of course, we have a spatial visualization, which is called ability to imagine how an object will look if it is positioned in space. Sorry, if its position in space were changed. And a good place where somebody with spatial visualization can work is interior decorator, redecorating an office. If you are decorating an office. And another aspect of the dimension with regards to intellectual ability is memory. Ability to retain and recall past experience. And a good place where such kind of a person can function is a salesperson, remembering the names of customers. All right. We'll progress. All right. Let me take my mouse pointer. I think it seems more faster. Right. Okay. Now we'll come to the next, which is part of ability, which is, of course, physical ability. Physical ability is the capacity to do tasks that demand stamina, dexterity, strength, and other similar characteristics. Now we have 9 basic physical abilities. The first one is in terms of physical ability, when we talk about strength factors, that is dynamic strength, which is the ability to exert muscular force repeatedly or continuously over a time. Because somebody with physical ability must have dynamic strength. And of course, trunk strength, which is the ability to exert muscular strength using the trunk, particularly abdominal muscles. And of course, the next one is static strength, ability to exert force against external objects. And of course, we have explosive strength, ability to expend a maximum of energy in one or series of explosive acts. And of course, we have a flexibility factor, extent flexibility, which is of course ability to move the trunk and back muscle as far as possible. That is extent. And of course, we have dynamic flexibility, which is of course the ability to make a rapid, repeated, flexing movement. And about other factors related to physical abilities, body coordination, which is ability to coordinate the simultaneous action of different parts of the body. And we have, of course, balance, ability to maintain equilibrium despite forces pulling of balance. Can you see? Ability to maintain balance. And of course, we have stamina, which is, of course, ability to continue maximum effort requiring prolonged effort over time. We use stamina all the time. Can you see? That is why as you advance in age, there is need for you to also be taking some of the energy drink, vitamins, to keep your stamina in shape, most especially for the older workers, you know. I remember sometime when I feel a little bit exhausted, if I meet my doctor, he will give me a kind of antibiotic, that's multivitamins that are like stamina grow or to keep you in shape in terms of your stamina. Because just like this lecture I'm offering, there are days when we have workshop with our postgraduate from morning to evening, 6 o'clock. We start 9 o'clock, we hit it to 6 o'clock for 3 days. You see? So you need stamina for those kind of activities. Otherwise, it's not for the faint-hearted, you know, or people with a feeble stamina. Talking requires stamina and also making movement, because most of those activities are also sometimes physical. And you can't lecture, you can actually push students along if you are not giving a lot of example, both with your hand and gesticulating to make students understand some of the concepts that you are trying to relate to them. All right. Implementing diversity management. I think we're getting there. Let me see how many slides is left. Okay, I think about 3 more slides to go. So we are almost there for this particular topic or course in your module. All right. So implementing diversity management. Diversity management, like I have mentioned to you, is the process and program by which managers make everyone more aware of the sensitive, more aware of and sensitive to the need and differences of others. So how do you implement diversity? Attracting, selecting, developing, and retaining diverse employees. That's how you implement diversity. Recruiting materials, targeting women and poorly represented groups with the promise of diverse workforce have shown to be successful. Can you see? Okay, hiring managers must value fairness. Hiring managers must value fairness and objectivity in selecting employees. So managers that are hiring people must value fairness and be objective in selection of employees. So demographic differences between employees could result in low commitment and turnover, although this behavior is more prominent among individuals who have recently joined the organization. So in the long run, all workers appear to prefer an organization that value diversity. In the long run, people will begin to appreciate people from diverse environment. In the short run, at the beginning, there may be difficulties with regards to communication, semantic barriers, and all the rest. And I know that at least, in fact, when I started this lecture, when I first spoke to Eric, I can see Eric was trying to find, where is this voice coming from? Who am I? Who is speaking to me? You see? But at least as the lecture continues, I can now hear Eric very well, and he can hear me because I can see he can respond to my comments or respond to if I ask him a question. Eric, is that not so?
That is absolutely true.
Great. You know, I noticed that when you first, I know you were the first person I interacted with, but we were not actually, you were hearing my voice, I was hearing your voice, but we were not coordinating, you know, but I can see when I spoke, you were just, where is this person speaking from? Is it?
It's much like it.
All right. So those are part of it. Now, the challenge that we may face, colleague, is that the battery of my laptop is running low and there's no electricity. And of course, I will exploit the other laptop that I told you is not functioning effectively to see possibilities. So if you decide to log me up, then meaning I have to drive 30 minutes if electricity refuses to come in the next few minutes when my battery is totally off. But before that, let me rush to finish this particular one. Implementing diversity management, attracting recruiting materials need to be adapted to bring in those who were not accommodated before. So in the long run, all workers appear to prefer an organization that values diversity. Diversity in group. Diversity in group can either help or hinder group performance. Can you see? Demographic, it can help. It can be positive or negative. Demographic diversity does not seem to either help or hinder team performance in general. Demographic does not seem to either help or hinder team performance. Diversity in respect of intelligence, consciousness, which of course, conscientiousness, which of course is meticulousness, and commitment to team is likely to have negative consequences for team performance. Diversity in respect of intelligence, conscientiousness, which is of course meticulousness, and commitment to team is likely to have negative consequences for team performance. So groups of individuals with different type of expertise and education are more effective than homogeneous. Can you see? Group with different expertise are more effective than homogeneous group because they come with different ideas, and of course that is why organizations are functioning as a team. People do not prefer to work as team rather than groups because in a team, people with different expertise play their role in making sure that the team achieve their ultimate objectives. So group with mixed leaders and followers are more effective than group consisting only of leaders and followers, one particular leader and followers. So group of diverse individuals are more effective when higher level of similarities among members and their common interests are emphasized. Group with diverse individuals are more effective when higher level similarities among members and their common interests are emphasized. So we're still talking about implementing diversity, effective diversity management, effective, comprehensive workforce program that encourages diversity have three distinct components. One, they teach managers about the legal framework for equal employment opportunities and encourage fair treatment of all people, regardless of their demographic characteristics, which of course is a reflection of an inclusive organization. They teach managers how a diverse workforce will be better able to serve a diverse market of customers and clients. Can you see? Because you have diversity in your workforce, you can be able also to serve diverse people. You can ask a colleague who is in Nigeria, how do we win the Nigerian market? Can you see? Because as far as Africa is concerned, Nigeria have the largest market. They have the highest population. When you talk about Africa, you talk about Africa, Nigeria versus Africa. Can you see? In terms of population. So a country with a population of almost 200 million, we definitely have a bigger market. Can you see? So the foster personal development practices that bring out the skills and ability of our workers. That is when you talk about effective management of diversity. So once of diversity training section are not likely to be effective. So diversity training section should be ongoing, not just once off, all right? So effective diversity management continue. Researchers have suggested that diversity experiences are more likely to lead to positive adaptation for all parties. If the diversity experience undermines stereotypical attitudes, we need to use diversity to overcome stereotypes in our hearts and in our mind. The perceiver is most motivated and able to consider a new perspective on others. People should be motivated and able to consider a new perspective about others. Don't just live and dwell on your stereotypes. The perceiver engages in stereotypical suppression, that is, engages in stereotype suppression and generative thought in response to the diversity experience. And the positive experience of stereotype, undermining, we need to undermine stereotype, is repeated frequently. In other words, organization leaders should examine their workforce to determine whether target group have been underutilized, whether target group, in this case, like in South Africa, the blacks, who are the previously disadvantaged, are they underutilized, or the women, are they underutilized in the organization? If group of employees are not properly represented in top management, managers should look for any hidden barriers to advance those who were previously disadvantaged and those groups that were not properly represented in management. Like I give you an instance, in South Africa, 70% of managerial positions are occupied by whites, which is why, of course, South Africa is making huge effort to drive transformation. I know that Namibia has tried a lot in terms of trying to project, of course, the black population and managerial cadre. But I believe also in most of the private organizations in Namibia, I think it could still be dominated by white managers. Although I have not investigated that, but I know that South Africa and Namibia have certain similarities. Of course, there are still some differences between South Africa and Namibia. But I used to joke with my Namibian friends when I visited that Namibia seems to me as a part of South Africa. You see, because everything you see in Namibia, you see in South Africa. All the shopping malls, ShopRite, Checkers, everything you see in Namibia, most of them are South African organizations also. You see, so what is prevailing in Namibia can be also similar to what is prevailing in South Africa to a certain extent. So in summary, finally, biographical characteristics are easily observable. There's something happening, the light has come. So, hello?
I think we lost you again, Professor.
The light has come and the Prof is gone.
Are you all still with me?
Welcome back.
Are you guys with me back?
Yes,
Welcome,
Prof.
welcome.
Are you still with me?
Yes, we are. Welcome back.
Fantastic. The
Yes, Prof.
light just came now. The light just came now. That is why we lost the connection. Because now I have to move now to the wireless internet as a result of the light coming back. All right. And of course, my battery will not go down, so I will not leave here. So everything is working intact. All right. So colleague, you can colleague, you can mute your system. You can mute your system because I'm hearing an activity taking place in one of our colleagues' place. You know, some noise. Okay, colleagues, we are almost at the final stage of this slide. That is summary and implication for managers. Biographical characteristics are easily observed, but they have fairly minimal effects on job performance. Managers should be aware of implicit biases. They might have negative effect on members of the organization. So